All right, we're just gonna start off the cuff here. Live chat. Gonna try and keep an eye on chat. Um, but mostly I am here to work on the motor, and y'all are here to keep me company, maybe. Oh, it's warm in this garage today. It's already 2 in the afternoon. I'm just getting started. Ah, my glasses. Smeary. Okay, if you didn't see our last episode, we made the Subaru motor come out. Um, we didn't make it. We asked it. We told it it was safe. We made a safe space, right, for the Subaru motor to come out. Told it. It said, "I feel broken," and we said that's normal. A lot of engines feel broken before they come out. What am I talking about again? Gosh, it's hot. I may have to take this off. I'm feeling it already. Woo! Okay. So try and have enough light and stuff like that. That's a Subaru motor. Yep, I can see this camera work is already not working, but I'm working on getting more cameras and stuff. This is not easy to keep up with. I'm gonna be real with you folks. In hindsight, I made more than one really big mistake here. I did not prime this engine, like I probably should have. Prime the oil. I should have taken the plugs out and spun it until I got oil pressure. Uh, and not at the end of the oil change, but at the beginning of the oil change, I put some of that Lucas syrup in it, and I'll bet you it was sitting at the bottom of the pan, and it couldn't suck that up fast enough. So the cams were running dry because they're at the top of or the bottom of the food chain, however you want to look at it, for oil pressure. Hindsight is 2020, right? Learn from my mistakes. Try not to make your own. I gotta dump this oil pan out, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so we're gonna drain the oil out because we're gonna be tipping the motor back and forth. I don't want it spilling. We'll just put it in the pan and we'll set it aside. It's brand new oil. Unless we find contamination of some sort, we're gonna use it again. Noisy today. It's a lot of road noise. I don't know what size this is. Maybe I'll bring this down. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I apologize for being. This stuff that I'm doing, it doesn't record well. There are some things that just don't record well. 11/16. What's that in metrics? I don't. I need a hammer. This is pretty good. I found a rubber mallet, a rubber hammer, a rubber pipe. Rubber hammer. Go. Oh. We'll put that back in before we start it, if we remember. It doesn't seem too thick. I mean, I don't know. Set it aside. Put it somewhere where we won't step in it. Mm. Everything is wrong. This car's in the damn way. Maybe I should push it out. I'm gonna push that somewhere out there. Oh, the cows are mooing. Cows are mooing. I don't know what they're so mad about, but they don't have things into the car. No. Feet is going to make a big difference getting things around here. Put it on the stand or something like that. That's probably good. All right. Bring the engine stand around. This right. Make it easy on ourselves instead of fussing. It's absolutely possible. Yes, cam caps. Let me get. Since you're here, and you're interacting. Okay, so the cam caps actually, it's this whole carriage. It's the cam caps, right? And I'm trying to get it. It's got one bolt in it. Right this second. Let me see if I can get it apart here. Okay. That's the cam cap. So it's possible that the cam caps on the newer motor and the cam caps on the older motor did not interchange properly. That is a possibility. So we're going to find out. I gotta get this. This camera is just smarter than me. It's thwarting all my efforts to be somewhat professional here. Sorry, I'm gonna spin ya. Try not to get dizzy. Yeah, got too many wires. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. Here you go. Here you go. Okay. So cam caps. We're going to be looking at those. Yep. Um, so the cam spun when I put the caps on. But then the rocker arms bolt through the cam carriage, so it may have gotten a bit tighter. It spun, yes, because I was able to spin the motor over, but I don't know how tight it was. I mean, we're going to find out here in an hour, with an hour worth of wrenching, what the heck failed. But something went wrong. I'm pretty sure the cam is seized in the bearings, but I'm only guessing so far. There's really only so much value to guessing. We might as well take the darn thing apart and figure it out. We could guess till we're blue in the face. Need the bolts. I'm gonna do something because I don't want this to lock the flex plate on there. I'm gonna put some base this out. It did spin. The cam stopped it. Another washer on that side. Redneck Garage. Got your live going on one mod, AutoCAD on the other. Looks like you got back on the horse rather quick. Good for you. Yeah, we did a live stream. Get you out of the sun there. We did a live stream on Saturday night. We yanked the motor back out already, and today we didn't investigate at all because I was exhausted. And yesterday we went grocery shopping, and nothing else. I was still exhausted yesterday. So today, it's really nice. I'm gonna have to take this sweatshirt off. It's too warm. It's It's like 75 degrees. It's like 80 in the shop because the sun's out. So, yeah, what you building on AutoCAD, Mr. Cultured Redneck Garage? I studied and worked, professionally on AutoCAD system. I went to school and then combined for, 13 years, did AutoCAD. I started with AutoCAD 9, 9, 10, 11, 13. AutoCAD 95, 2000, and then, yeah, did a lot of AutoCAD. Where I was living though, there was not much fall for the professionally at some point. Kind of the work dried up, and I had to move on to other things, even with all that study. I'm in the office today. Even though I'm a mechanical guy, I'm doing some structural detailings. Something new every day, though. That's what's good about engineering consulting. Negative 20 here this morning. Yikes. Hello, guns and gears. Cultured Redneck Garage. That is one of the things I enjoyed. Uh, about civil engineering. There was no two sites that were quite the same. That was fun. Um, I did get to do a lot of design work that was beyond my experience and training. Then somebody else checked it and was responsible for it. So that that was neat in some ways. Lots of good experience. AutoCAD SolidWorks. I didn't get much time in the SolidWorks arena because there just wasn't that much of that kind of manufacturing going on in my area. I lived in Pittsburgh, and it was the Rust Belt, and all that work was fading, and there were a lot of qualified people working in that field who had way more experience. They were willing to work for less just because they were near retirement and they wanted to finish out their their pension or whatever. And I realized that none of the jobs were going to pay. Somebody else stamps it right. And you don't design it technically. You're just a technician that fits all the pieces together, and somebody else makes sure you did it rather than. But it turns out you have to learn how it all goes together. But it is important, like with anything, if you have an expert to oversee your work, well, they'll teach you what not to do wrong. Hopefully, they've seen it all. I worked irrigation systems. I have no training. They just told me these are the parts, stick them together, and then I did it. And the license guy was like, why did you do this? This is all wrong. And I'm like, well, because I don't know nothing about this. I just know how to do the drawing. And they're like, no, no, we'll use this and then use that. And, you know, a couple of weeks of working back and forth with the irrigation landscape guy. And, you know, there was other people in the office, but he didn't want to go to anybody else because I listened, I understood, and then I followed his instructions down the line, and it got to be where I was producing better and better quality work. And he would try and teach me something. He would pull out another drawing as an example, something from a few years ago that somebody else drew and put together. And the overall quality, even though it was something he had stamped and sent out, was terrible. And I realized that, oh, my workmanship overall is phenomenal. I just don't know anything about this. So once he taught me the stuff he wanted done to the drawings, they were superior to anything he has had to work on or produce in the past. So he was happy. Somebody else stamped it though. Sorry, the wind is blowing. It's banging the doors. So I got us this on here now, and hopefully we can get it onto the trick with this is somebody taught me, and I it's the cut. Yeah, is you get this mounted good, and then you don't try and line it up. You just stick it in the air and slide this on, and then you set it down on the wheels, and that'll be able to work on. That'll be easy compared to toasting around the stand and everything. Pain that would be. All right, go down and keep down. All right, now I can put it anywhere I want it. We can get the camera in a good setup so you guys can watch what's going on. I apologize. This is a salvage operation. Let's see if we can salvage anything here. I get gasoline on my hands. 5 minutes working, I got gasoline on my hands. Of course. Of course. Okay. Once again, we move a camera. So I'll try and talk about what I'm doing and be entertaining. I don't know. Maybe get some more light over here. This big light. Well, Marty's starting to have VO. It's so warm out here. Lucky you guys don't have smell-o-vision. I smell so good. You would be hard pressed to pay attention to what you're trying to do. I am just amazing. All right, thank you, Cultured Redneck Garage. It's interesting to hear from somebody else. Yeah, the stamper doesn't know much about it. Well, that's not so good. It's always good to have someone whose profession and training, if they're responsible for it, they really should have some. It would be good if they would take the time to look at stuff. I mean, it feels nice that they trust you, but also, it's really not fair of them as a professional to expect you to do their work and take, you know. All right, get the wheelie chair. I'm going to use the wheelie chair and sit down. And that dooms me to keep standing back up. I'm going to have to stand up 1,000 times before I get anywhere with it. I'm sure of that. Let's make some space. We'll just push this under the car where we're not working right now. Go on. Out here. Punch right now. Thank you. Dudes with wrenches here. You guys have heard of him? Says that a lot. Oh, things are not gonna come apart easy, I'll bet. We'll need that in a bit. Here's our cam. Oh, ooh. Well, that's good. All right. I don't know. Maybe we could just put a different cam in and send it. But probably we have to test for compression, see if we blew the vent valves. We did. But we'll test. We'll see. We'll give up. We'll check. But we did. We damaged the valves because that's what happens. But we don't know that for sure yet. So we'll pretend like there's hope. We'll pretend. Like, oh yeah, you might not have damaged those valves. You should spend time doing a test. Okay. Yeah, sure. See, this is the stuff I cut out when I cut this out for you guys while I'm doing a video. Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. Well, I went somewhere we'll get up this from somewhere. Yeah. Oh, don't want the radio in that. I'm gonna hear about that. I don't want any of this to get oil on it. Oh well. Let's just keep going as if it's not happening. There. Bing. Del Campo said he was going to come over. Let's see. Okay. It's going to be these two valves that are bent. Intake, the rear intake valves are going to be the ones that are bent because see that's the cam lobe that's up. So use whatever. Nothing wrong with any of this. This is all the way it's supposed to be. I need to get a parts tray. I got too many here. Box. This will be a part straight for now. Of course, I got the light behind my head where you can't, where it doesn't help you at all. Doesn't help you at all. Nothing wrong with any cam surfaces. They look exactly like what they're supposed to look like. So there's that. Rocker assemblies all look good. Valves are all in place. All right. Give you close. There's nothing to see yet. It's just still. I'm gonna go grab. I've got a cam thing somewhere. So this is what the cam, an unexploded cam pulley looks like. It's got a metal roll pin in there. And that metal roll pin rolled really hard uh, into the notch on the cam and shattered. It has like an insert, a metal insert in the plastic. It split that in half, and then it shattered the plastic. So that takes a pretty significant stoppage to do that. That's an intended failure, point of failure, when you have a problem. And indeed, that cam does not move. We're not even going to fight with it. Right. So we need some. I don't like that this thing only rolls in certain direction. So I need these and these. And of course, I'm going to drip on the floor. I guess I'll just get some kitty litter here. Sorry. Excuse y'all. You're still aimed pretty well. Here. and here. So here, yep, and here, yep. Might even be good to do this without the torque settings of specs on these are not super high, so you might be able to get them to come out. No, I gotta loosen them with the wrench, which that's good. They're supposed to be that tight. Yeah. They're not super tight, but they gotta be in there. This is all in the aluminum. You gotta be careful with your torques. Not that anyone gives a crap. Not that I'm some kind of authority based on my recent failure that I can somehow tell you what to do. Tell you what not to do. Don't not lubricate your cam enough because it will grenade the timing set. Definitely seize the cam. I don't know if we've ruined his head because it's not replaceable bearings. It's, you know, it's aluminum that's built into the darn thing. They're not designed to be a failure piece unless you're like me and don't follow any rules. You can come out of here without. Yep, figured it. Well, that seemed almost too loose. Here we go. All of these. Still streaming? Seems like it. Come on. It's nice to have someone to keep me company. Buck Del Campo didn't. He's still getting himself moving today. He's not the early bird kind of person all the time. We take turns. Some days he's up early. Some days I'm up early. It's always a different day. It's really hard to coordinate our efforts here. A lot of times we don't even start in the garage till the evening. We do all our regular stuff during the day, and we meet up in the evening to see if we can get something done. We've been working on my projects for so long. Probably after this, it'll be time to work on something else. Let's see what we can do here. Well, it's not seized to the cam. That's a good thing. And the cam, oh, there's the galling. Yep, there's the cam seized. Oh, okay. We do have oil coming up through. Got oil in the back, no oil in the front. That's what screwed. That is what screwed us. We did not get oil. I guess it's got to come all the way through the cam. Didn't make it. Didn't make it. You see it. Something that simple is enough to destroy our whole record day. Can I polish that out and still use this? Yeah, it'll come out. Ooh. Ooh, that looks bad there. That looks real bad there. Okay. Valve in the cap. Cap's pretty galled up. I don't know if you can see. I took my glasses off to look up close and now I can't see. It's pretty rough, but I think I can clean it up. There it is. Nobody's talking. Is anybody watching? Am I all by myself here? I'm not gonna pull that head. Oh, I gotta check these valves. Rud. I am gonna maybe pull that head. I gotta check these valves. I wonder if I clogged this. This is all good. This is all good. Just this up here. Didn't get enough. Didn't get enough lubrication through that cam. Almost. Almost made it. That's a shame. Okay. We'll do. Of course, you're spilling gasoline. That's. You need that. Now it's done. How dare you? How dare you? There we go. I was watching Zip Ties and Bias Plies last night. That guy's pretty tough. Okay. Come on over. Take a look. I don't know how close this camera will focus, but try. Try. Close up look. Okay. Welcome back, Bruce. Have you been here the whole time? I know not everybody can interact, so thank you for being here if you're here either way. If you're just watching for support, moral support, I'll take it. I will take it. I mean, maybe I'll just swap out this head altogether. I don't know. It's really not that much work. I gotta test the valves and see if I bent these valves. So what that would require is me I don't know what that requires. Oh yeah. Right there. Stop the whole production stops when that happens. Friction welding is what that's called. You turn that aluminum into liquid, and it's spun around till it found a place to catch. And then you can see it dragged it across, and then finally it seized. I could probably get a Dremel tool and cut it out of there because the the actual part of the bearing that's most important is over here, and it's not really touched. The cam, part of the cam that rotates, let's see. So this inner part, is good. This outer part is all scuffed and scored. There's the damage. Take this off. There's the damage right there. We can polish that out, and what will happen is it will leak too much oil over out to where this seal is. And then this seal, it holds the oil, and then there's a drain back hole. If we make sure that drain back hole is open, a little bit of excess oil flow past this surface, it won't wreck this engine. We could reuse all of this if we're real careful. And then there, right there, are you seeing? Yeah, right there, you can see where the roll pin on that cam just wrecked that. But the that gear exploded right about there. Right about, it was like, and then boom. Well, that's what happens when you screw up. I got another cam, but I don't. Oh, let's figure it out. If I can get this little spot here out, I can make this work. Right, Bruce? Can you believe that just that little thing right there is enough to seize the cam and blow that gear up? It doesn't take much. That's enough to make it fail. And the reason is because, see, it lubricates. There's a port right here where oil pressure comes from the pump, and it lubricates. There's there's these two plates here on the cam, and then there should be, I think there's a hole in the cam. Where the heck? How does this work? Oh, no, I'm sorry. This hole here pressurizes this hole here on the cam, fills the cam up, and oil all the way, it has to go all the way through the cam, out the center, all the way to the front to lubricate that. So there was not enough oil coming out of there to make this work yet. But there was enough oil to keep the rear bearing from failing. And I guess there was enough to keep the center one from going. Center one looks perfect. So clean it up. I might even put a bob of weld right there and machine that back down to take that roll pin so it keeps alignment real good. Ugh. So what I need is to test to see if see if it's gonna hold pressure. So let's do that. Sort of a critical thing. Pay attention to what you're doing, Kim. Sorry, folks. Trying to make things happen. Okay, so if we pull the plug and throw some pressure in there, it shouldn't blow out the intake. If it blows out the intake, then we know that the valves are bent. And there's no point in trying to do this on the engine at that point, because we know that the valves is bent and the head has to come off. And then what we need to do, if the head has to come off anyways, we'll pull the head off the other EJ253. We'll see how the surface is on that head. I know this head has a good surface. Now it has a bent valve and a mangled cam. And I just making trouble for myself today. The good news is it's a recoverable failure. It's just more work than I wanted to do. I gotta find a spark plug. I gotta find a spark plug. Smash off the ceramic and weld an air fitting to it, so I can screw it in there, pressurize, and see. I don't know if I got one of those. Let me look in the examine the. I'll even give you a view of me finding stuff in the parts-matic bin over there. Not that bin. I think this bin has spark plugs in it. I can't see you guys. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can see me. Hello, spark plug. Carburetor. That's a mini bike carburetor. That's a whole nother project. Air fittings. Um, yeah, paint. What's this now? What's this? What's this? This is a oh, this is the kind of thing that I'm gonna try and make. All right, but this one goes to a piece of pipe, and I will almost guarantee you that that pipe's going to be too big around. Let me check. If it's good, I'll bring it back. This is for a shop compressor. It's almost like being here, huh? Okay. Turning around. I'm done staring at that garbage. Digging in the junk pile. Telling you. Decided that I'm just gonna use a piece of hose. Get a piece of hose on there. Of course not. I fixed the 2.3 Ford with this problem. Bruce, I wish you were here. You could help me, because this is like work. I gotta sort my. I made some bad decisions in life, I'll tell you. Put that back. I don't want to use that. What do I do? Don't lose this. Off to the side. Where is my radiator test? I am going to temperature. We got a radiator test kit. It's like a universal jobby. Got a pump with a thing. If it can hold 10 pounds of pressure, it can hold all the pressure. So let's see. What can we do here? How do we? Well, let's see. Hold any pressure. Yeah, there we go. Let's just do a tertiary. Tertiary? I don't know if tertiary is even a word. Let's do like like the if we can pass the simplest of basicests of tests. Will it hold a single pound of pressure through the stupid whatchamacallit, spark plug tube? Right? All the valves are closed because there's no cam. There's nothing hold. Okay? Honestly, I think it is holding pressure. Wow. Could we get lucky like that? Could it happen? Look, I mean, if it was bad valves, they would leak like right now. Like the moment I put pressure to them, they would just leak right out. They don't leak that fast because that could be just leaking down through the rings. Hmm, I think it's okay. I don't hear it leaking. Let's see. I'm gonna listen. Of course, I messed up and missed. Man. All right. I'm gonna get the Dremel tool, and I'm gonna Dremel out that failure. Then I'm gonna get some high grade paper and fix that cam. I'm back. Here I am back. You would love my shop. Half a man. I need access to machine shop or just a machinist or whatever. This is all dumb stuff that's happening because I'm trying to skirt around paying all the money to pay a real machinist. I don't have that money. I don't have that kind of money, people. I'm gonna use this old bag to make sure there's nothing in it. Dust. Get out of there. Okay. Cover with this bag. I don't know any of this dust that I'm about to make to get into this motor. Try and turn it so you can see what's gonna go on. A leak down tester, but I'm too far away. Well, did you see what I did? I just put a rubber, hold it, and then put pressure to it, and I could watch it go down. Okay, but my thing is if it hold that much, then those valves are not messed up. Motor just stopped. I could be wrong. I don't know. If I put it in and those valves are messed up, I don't know. What do you think? I'm open to your suggestion here. If I can get it to hold even a tiny bit of pressure with that tiny little pump, if I had somebody else here, I guess I could get hoses and hook it up better. I mean, I'm sure the rings leak down. I don't know. Moving forward. I want this rubber thing to stay out of my way. I think I have a piece of safety wire over here. Yep. A piece of safety wire on that rubber thing. Too far away. Huh? This part is not damaged. We want it to stay not damaged. So we're going to stick tape on it so we can help us avoid touching it. It's greasy. This tape doesn't care that I just wiped it. It is like, nope, I'm not sticking to that. Okay. And then we want to tape off everything else just to prevent mess. I'm just going to throw little shards of garbage everywhere. I don't want them to get in the engine. Like a surgical procedure here. Slightly bent valves don't leak much. Okay. Can you fill me in anymore? Like if they're slightly bent, is this it's still catastrophic to the performance of the motor? Or is it gonna do nothing but trouble? I mean, am I just fooling myself? Help me out here. If I should just pull this head, I should just pull this head? Or you think maybe send it or I don't know. On a grinder it shows. Yeah, but on a performance level of 1 to 100, what's going to be my outcome of this motor if the valves are bent a tiny bit? I've got a valve grinder. I've got extra valves though. I guess I should take it off. I think I'm answering my own question. I don't want these flakes going down in there either. So another couple rags, couple more rags. Yeah, I'm going to mute the sound, folks, because I'm going to run this grinder. I'm going to mute it a bit. Hopefully this helps. I understand about being on the phone, Bruce. It's not practical to type stuff. That wasn't too bad. I think I could close my eyes. Okay, I'm gonna need some kind of gauge, some kind of precision thing to make sure I got that so that there's nothing catch it there, but sure does seem a lot better. His fat fingers and all. Well, yeah. No, now kind yourself there. I can't take this light. I don't know. Huh. Okay. Thanks for saying hello. Get her done on that junk. I'm working on my junk too, and it's going okay. Could be better, could be worse. I'll be able to recover this. We'll see how it goes. No? I guess that's swear person. Put a spot right there. I can't show you, but I know it's there. It's right there. show you in a second. Better safe than sorry here. This socket, and it's about the diameter of the cam, but a little smaller. And I just wrap it in. This is 600 grit paper, and if I just run it across this cam, there. It's not cutting material, but it's witnessing on the material, right? And I want it to witness that it cannot. Obviously, it's going to show high spots and low spots. And I want it to show that the cam surface is the only high spot. I don't want any other high spots because those are going to be real problems. That would mean that material from the failure is deposited in a spot where it's going to grab on, it's going to cause friction that we don't want. So we have removed all of the offending material. We did the same thing on the head, and then we are going to pack that with grease. And we clean the cam surface. It's gonna get like blow by. More oil is going to go through that passage now than was intended from the factory, but it's not going to be so much that it's going to cause an issue. Just not. So we're going to run it. Let's run it. Let's run it. We're going to be a lot more careful about our oiling on this assembly. Subpar getting Mopar with time. No, it's not subpar. No, Dean. No, Dean. It's good. Good fix. Workable. I'm going to use these parts. Doesn't work, I have to get a machined head anyways, because I think these heads are going to need, the heads that are on this other engine, they're higher mileage, and I'll bet you they would need machining anyways. So I don't, if I really thought this motor was like perfect, but it's not. If that motor was perfect, I'd want to run it anyways. I'll figure something. Don't be mean to me. I've had a rough couple days. So, thanks for stopping in, Dean Stevenson. You're always good company, even if you're teasing me. I always tease Buck Camper. He gets so upset. I said, I'm just teasing you. He says, yeah, but you're hurting my feelings. Okay. All right. Men are so emotional, not like women who are stable. Take all this sealant back off of here. I did such a nice job assembling. This will be the third time I've assembled this carriage. Yes, you helped. Thank you for your help. See you next time. Are you still watching? Did you say bye or hey? Bye. Thanks for watching. I don't know what happened to Buck Del Campo. He didn't come. He was supposed to come and work. Told him not to hurry, but thought he would stop over. Thought he would want to see. He hasn't been so well. If you know Buck Del Campo in person, check in on him. He has not been able to get any work done. He hasn't been feeling well. He just doesn't seem too motivated. I don't know what to do. I thought he was going to work with me on stuff, but okay. Good man. I mean, I can't say a lot. I struggle some days. A lot of days. Anybody have anything they want to talk about? Need someone to chat with? This motor isn't that important. Talk about something else. Motors is just something to do. I'm sorry, Bruce. I hope she's feeling better. They used to give us ginger ale and saltine crackers. Some toast, maybe. Dry white toast. Upset stomachs. I'm doing fine. I'm just live streaming and disassembling the motor. Did you hear me? What are you up to? I'm still here. gasket scraping from the Del Campo del Camp, from Camp del Campo. Is there anyone in the chat that knows what RTV stands for? I know because we had a discussion about it the other night. What does RTV stand for? Don't look it up if you know it. Anybody watching who's at their keyboard.
Live stream until now.
Well,
Now I'm noisy.
there was more action earlier, and then it got quiet. I'm just
Hey, you're like over 2 hours into it.
scraping against it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the string for gaskets.
Right.
No. Now. Oh yeah, I am in here. Hello, everyone, whoever everyone is. Oh, more people. Somebody else said something since I did.
Rootin' tootin' violootin'. Dean, that's not right.
Said I'm here, but I'll be there soon. And then I said headed your way.
I
I'm
asked
here.
if anybody knew what RTV stood
Oh,
for.
RTV for tetravolume. No, that's not it. It's
Robert. Oh,
I don't know. It sounded too.
I mean, it sounds typical. I wouldn't argue that if I didn't know.
When I was in the Air Force in 1973, it was the first time I saw it on TV. I asked the guy, "What does that stand for?" He said, "More tetravolume." And he kind of laughed. He said, "No, I made that up," but I remembered it.
From what year was that joke?
1973. Yeah, it means room temperature vulcanizing.
But do you know what we ate for dinner last night?
Do I know what we ate? Oh, God, you made such a good dinner.
Oh, you
Wait a
do
minute.
remember dinner.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. We went to the store yesterday and bought pork chops, and you cooked them on the grill, and they were outstanding.
Oh, thank you for saying.
Oh man, my granddaughter's sick. Oh, Bruce's granddaughter's sick. Who else is there?
I don't know if anybody else is. Oh,
Yeah, but
there's
it
some way to
rhymes,
watch
so
to
it
see
means
who's
the
in
same
there.
thing. Quote Bob. Oh, Bob Dylan. Oh man, yeah, Bob Dylan. Yeah, I like. I've got one. My car actually plays CDs. It's probably one of the last cars that has a CD player in it. I've got a Bob Dylan CD in my player, and I was listening to. I don't listen to much music, but I do listen to it occasionally. Uh, what was that song? Stuck Inside of Memphis with. Oh, I can't remember what that whole title of that song is.
Well, somebody will tell you.
So I'm sure Dean Stevenson will tell me.
All right.
He's like a
So did you see what was wrong? Did you watch?
non-destructive inspection, but he's also seems to be like a music enthusiast. No, I haven't looked at it yet. I just saw it's exposed. You exposed your cam.
This is the oil feed.
Okay.
It feeds and
Yeah.
it
Yep, I see.
pressurizes the can.
Yep. Okay.
So it had to feed from here all the way up.
Right. I
Well, it
understand.
didn't make it to the front, and it's dogged
Okay.
the
You
shit
know
out
what
of
you
it.
can do with that? You know what you did to the head surface? I think you can do something similar.
I already did. It's done.
This is done.
Yes. So the part that's rough
Look
is
at
low.
this, dude. Look at this. This is a bad spot there.
That's no. That's where the seal.
Oh, the seal. There's a seal that goes in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'll do.
The cam seized. There was no other apparent damage. You missed that part. I have to go through the whole thing.
Okay.
What are you going to tell me? Because you
Well, I'll mix up some good assembly lube. I'll make some assembly lube for you.
Oh, I was just going to use some of that Lucas stuff. It's nice.
Oh, I was gonna mix some of that with a little oil. So
no, I wanted full thickness.
full thickness.
Yeah.
Nothing like full thickness.
So, okay, so I took the die grinder.
Does anybody listen to this nonsense?
Oh, no. A couple people.
Who's in here? Who's in here? I can't see because it's a little bit of light on that. Two people in here.
Just like seven
Oh, there
right
it
now.
is.
There's
Wow, there's
more
seven.
now. There was only
Well,
four
and one of them
for a
is
while.
me up there in
Oh, you
on my
marked it all.
computer. I'm walking with them.
Okay.
I don't count.
So I covered this, masked it all off to where it's clean, right? So I had tape in this groove up to where it is, and I took the die grinder and I
Oh my God.
used the die grinder in there, but it didn't touch this part where the. So
what?
See how this is a two-part.
Okay, so that.
See how this is a two-part?
Yeah.
From this groove back to here.
That okay.
It's good here. It's good here, and it's good there. It was not marred. It was the front of this that was marred. And so I scraped this and cleaned this real good. And then I basically grooved this out. So we'll have a good bearing surface here, and then we'll have a tolerance here that is out of tolerance. It won't be
It's clearance. It's out of tolerance. It would be a little more clearance.
more clearance.
Yeah.
No contact. And I double checked by taking a socket, took the socket, right?
Okay.
And then I
you machined it with a
wrapped this in it.
600. Good.
Okay, and I just stroke it all along there, not to file it, but to just
get the high spots.
To see if there was any high spots, and if there was a high spot, I took the grinder and went back to it. So there's no high spots.
What about the cam? Did it hurt the cam?
The cam, since this is aluminum, some of the aluminum galded to it, but I scraped it off, and then I used 600 on the cam, and it's good.
Okay.
So there'll be extra oil coming out of there that isn't really supposed to.
But there's a seal.
But there's a seal, and then there's a hole there to drain it back.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
super people smart. Okay.
It'll be okay.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I think so. Okay, and then what we'll do.
So I mean, it's all there. I'm cleaning things up. I took the spark plug out of here, and I put the air pump on it, and I pumped, and it doesn't hold compression, but it also doesn't like.
Oh, you think the valves are gonna?
I don't know. Help me with that because I don't know how to feel. I don't really know. I feel like maybe it's not, but the one guy was saying, oh no, it'll leak down real slow if the valve is bent. You'll hardly be able to notice.
Okay.
I don't know.
So we do this side, and then we probably should pull the other side off and lube it.
Well, right now the other side's lubed because the whole crankcase is filling up that.
I didn't trust that for a second. It gets all the way up here.
Well, if we turn it over a couple times while it's there, yeah, it'll get all in because there's holes in the tops of these caps. Yep, it'll get oil. Or yeah, no, because I got to take this whole carriage all apart. It's the whole thing. What we'll do is we'll just spin it at low speed until the oil pressure comes up.
Out of the
plugs out. Yeah. We'll figure that out later. Right now,
you know what you can do? The plugs out, stick your borescope in there. Have a look.
You won't be able to see. Valves are not going to be that bad.
Well, you can see if there's damage to pistons, which will tell you if the valve's clogged.
You're not going to be able to see. I wish that were a thing.
I think that would be the thing. What do you think, King Stevenson? Bruce is
Don't listen.
he had to go take care of his grandmother.
Yeah.
He's sick.
What did I do? Oh, there's the pump. Hey,
Who else is still
wash my
there?
hands. I don't know. We could figure it out. There's a way.
You bought that nice borescope. I think you ought to stick it in there and look around.
You just want to use your toy.
No,
I
I
think
want
we
to
should-
look in there
I think we
without
should
pulling the head off.
do that outside of the live stream for the first time.
No, it's like a, hey, we're gonna do this on the live stream.
All right, well, there it is right there.
I don't
I'll
know. You
grab it
do
off
what
the
you
shelf.
want. It's your
Grab it off the shelf.
it's your engine. I don't know where it is. There's somewhere. Oh, it's nice in here today.
I know. I had to take
No
my sweatshirt
heat
off.
on, don't have a fire going, and it is 75 degrees, which is what, like 30 or something? See? I don't know.
It's pretty warm. Okay, I will show you how I checked for vent valves, and you can tell me if you think it's at all valid. Bruce was sort of on the fence, like, yeah, I don't know if that's
Using the radiator pump.
okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because that doesn't seal. Well, that definitely holds. Okay.
I mean,
Next one.
well, this is the one
Well, how do you know this one didn't go?
because the can was seized.
Doesn't matter. It's if the crank still turned.
Okay, but only these valves were open. When
You
I
you
took the
know
cover
that.
off,
You already know that. But let's check this one.
all
just
of
in the front
these were. Well, there's a spark plug in there.
Oh, and then we know this one isn't, so we'll find out what a good one looks like.
Well, that's an excellent point. Here we go, diagnostics. We're getting smart now.
Isn't this nice? Light clothes on, and we're not freezing cold.
Oh gosh.
Well, you know what? You know what? Down under, where Dane is, it's the time of year where it's gonna start cooling off. Man, I don't know how cold it gets where he is. I don't know where he is in New Zealand, but I know New Zealand is probably similar to us, temperature-wise. In the summer and winter, I would expect. I don't know. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Yeah, it's holding real good. I could tell when it was leaking up here because
Okay.
it made that noise.
About the same?
They're about the same.
Yeah, see, there's a little bit of air leaking out out the rings, which you would
Well,
expect there
if-
to.
well,
It's
no, but-
static,
No, but if you had a bent valve, it wouldn't hold anything.
right? Like with that, if it's holding that good, it's going to
Yeah.
run that car.
I think you're right.
I don't. Would do the same test on the other side because it's possible that we bent a valve on the other side depending on the exact position. I don't know how quickly it's stopped. Oh, I don't know.
Okay, where is the Lucas stuff?
The Lucas. Oh, it's
put
in the jar on that shelf.
Hold up. I see where it is.
Big jug.
Yeah, I see. I'll reach into the pile. You know, one day, if we keep cleaning up a little at a time, we won't have a problem.
One day.
And you know what? Kim has done most of the cleanup.
You've come a long way.
This was just a building full of crap. But she moved here. And now it's actually a useful shop. Okay, where I'll put a little of this in something. All those containers up there, those cups, and I kept thinking I gotta bring them down. I'm bringing them to the shop and do that.
We don't have any of them down here?
I don't know.
You could cut the lid off. Oh, we got some paper cups.
Yeah, but those will leak.
They'll get soft.
Oh,
What about a
oh,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, don't get frustrated with it already.
I don't know.
Think
I was thinking when I was at the house, I got to bring things up here, and then Didn't do that.
I'm glad you came to see me. That's how I feel right now. So.
Yeah, I'll just pour some in the bottom of it.
It's Ben's nice.
Ready to lube or
Well, okay, so no, because I need to do
some?
the RTV.
Oh, you don't want to lube first? Okay. I was
Well,
thinking you might want to lube it, spin around, see how it feels.
yeah, yeah. The way you feel.
I'd like to put a little.
Hold on, let me make sure it's nice and clean before it gets.
This stuff is thick. It's thick, thick, thick stuff. Well, you know what's really good? The problem is obvious.
Problem was
You're not
obvious.
looking and going, I don't know, I don't know what happened.
There was no guesswork.
You're going, oh, there is the
Oh, wait. Cam was seized. It was obvious. Scalding.
galling.
Scalding.
Called. Okay. You good? Nope. Nobody's paying attention. Or they're paying attention, just not.
Yeah, they may be watching, but not
Yeah,
on
listen.
embroidering. Yeah. It's been kind of a quiet.
You've been on for a while. I had no idea you were live. I would have had.
I just figured I knew I was going to be by myself for a while.
It was in there. So go get moved down. Yeah, where's that? It's a seal.
It's also where the seal runs in.
Okay, so I don't need to put anything. Okay, I put stuff on every darn surface.
Okay. Clean.
So you know what we need to do? Buy more Subarus.
Buy more Subarus. Why is that?
Which you're really familiar with.
It's one way to look at.
Okay, what are you doing? Put more? It's really stringy shit.
Yeah, this thing.
So, see what I did the other night. Remember, I pulled this up. I found an oiling diagram,
Yeah.
and I looked at it so I knew how the oil would flow. But now I see it in reality. I didn't really like that oil went to here, and then I had to go through the can to get to the rest of it. And it started at the end, of course. How's that feel?
Flawless.
You're flawless.
Feel it. It doesn't. It feels like perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna put this next to this sprinkler cake.
Yeah.
And then I need to wipe off my finger. Now I can turn this. Okay. And then you can get your RTV, and we'll lube that side and put it together, and then we'll see how it turns out. Ooh, I'm excited about it now, Kim.
Well, but I did all the work. No, you helped me for hours the other day.
Well, it's your job, but
You helped me for hours.
I have turned into a lazy shit because
I just give
I
you.
just can't do what I used to be able to do. If I crawl under a car, I know I'm gonna come out,
We don't.
and I'm not gonna be able to stand up straight
Well,
for
that's
several minutes. Remember when the first time that happened to me was at Uncle 20's?
yeah.
I crawled off none of that.
I was there.
Uh, I hurt so bad, and I didn't know what the problem was. Just that's how I am now.
Yeah.
Oh, I got under there and did whatever they wanted. It was easy. So I tried to get out.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is we know that, and then we need to set you up for success by putting you at a workstation, table, whatever. Not like I was smart today, and the first thing I did was put this thing on this thing. The first thing I did was pull the car out so I had enough room to friggin' work.
Yep.
Because I couldn't get it on the stand, and I was like fussing with it. And I was like, this is dumb.
Are you wetting that with alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I smell alcohol. I want to make sure it wasn't spilling somewhere.
You make sure the big end sticks out the back. The bottom is the really important part because these leak. You gotta make sure you get seal on the bottom real good.
And they don't make a gasket. That's on TV.
RTV from the
Oh, I
back.
see why. Because you put a gasket there, the bearing would be the one.
Yeah, I think it's a
It would be old.
mistake on Subaru's design teams.
Oh, I don't think so because that's a that girdle is a bearing surface. There's no inserts or anything. So I don't know. It works.
It does.
They don't have problems with it until you
Till I mess up.
assemble it without enough lube.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for the support.
Well, no, that's it just happened. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I agree. You can't fault Subaru for me assembling not to proper. That's
Anybody
a can.
there? Anybody there?
Oh, don't worry about it.
We're down to 4 people. Oh,
I mean, we're not really being.
I know. It's nice. I like it when I talk to people on there.
Well, maybe some people will step in. It's gone up and down.
Goose, how's your granddaughter? Any better? I hope. How old's your granddaughter? My granddaughter's getting old. She's 17. Nearly an adult.
Drives a nicer car than me.
She drives a nicer car than I do.
She deserves it. She's a hardworking kid.
She got her driver's license when she was 17, and my son bought her a Nissan Altima, like a 2016, a real low mileage, just a extremely nice car.
Okay, gotta get this.
She's a very quiet person, and she's not real well. It's because she's so quiet. And so she got her license. I said, "Hey, you got to take me for a ride." She drove me around a couple of blocks in the neighborhood there, and it's the first time I ever talked to her at length about anything, and it was mostly about her learning to drive in a driver's test. It's pretty good. Felt like I know her better. And my grandson, I know him real well because he's more talkative. And my son and my grandson are both musicians, so I'm there for the music a lot of times.
Yeah, they're great. I like when they do.
Well, and my grandson Ben, he'll sit there with a guitar just
Noodling.
for hours while we're talking. He's just playing something, you know. Just never stops.
You.
Whoever everybody is. 4 people. Oh, I'm hungry. I didn't eat anything today.
You didn't eat.
Didn't eat. I'm gonna grab my drink. It's over here.
Okay.
I never think of it until it's start feeling it. It's almost 5 and the sun's still up. Oh, I can't wait till next week. Next week we go to daylight time. Oh, that'll be so good. Then we're going uphill again. I feel like we're going uphill again. There's some I can sit on. Buckets. You seen? Kim, I can't see that. Am I on here?
Yeah, you're right on it.
Okay. There's sun here. I can't believe it. This is so nice. Not in here with the doors all closed and the fire trying to stay warm.
Yeah, that was brutal. What a winter.
You have another pulley?
Yeah. Yeah, come from my other engine. Sitting there on
How do you know it's pulling and not pushing? It could be a push.
the service manual.
Hmm?
The service manual says,
Well, it says it's a pulley, so you know it's pulling. You know the belt's pulling on it, not pushing it.
I don't know that. I just know that that's how they refer to us. No, I don't even know.
It says right here, cast into a Z25 302. So this is a 302?
It's a 2.5. EJ25.
Yeah, it's just casting parts. It says Z25. So it's a 2.5?
Yeah.
So it's the same size as my engine in my whatever that thing is I drive, Mazda 6. So no,
Doesn't matter. You're gonna have to take it out to
it's not.
put the cam caps on it.
Oh, something.
So, not super.
Well, I'm thinking it's not all the way down against that bearing, so we're not really feeling what's going on.
Oh, it's down in there.
Oh,
It was when we were rolling.
I can see under there. Well, maybe not. Maybe you're right. You're right. It's there's a shadow under there where the sun is not hitting. Looks like there's space under there, but there isn't. The next time we do this engine,
The next time we fix this,
I was gonna say let's take it all apart and repaint it. Get bright red engine or something.
that's right. It's a good idea.
The next time, like there's
Next
gonna be
time.
a next time.
I mean, there might.
I think the time to do a Subaru is right after this.
What? Buy another Subaru?
Yeah, buy another broken Subaru.
I saw a WRX
Oh,
on Marketplace that needs head gaskets.
oh, how much?
They want $3,000 for it.
WRX. Well, that doesn't mean they're gonna get it.
It's dual turbos and everything too.
Oh,
So it's probably already sold.
yeah, or it became a parts car.
I mean, it just showed up today. $3,000. That's a heck of a parts car.
I don't know what all that turbo stuff's worth.
I don't know. Not 3,000.
Of course, it's probably got a lot of miles on it.
Did. It has a lot of miles on it. So if it was worth more, they would have asked more. Probably worth $1,500, and they're asking for 3. I don't know though. It says it runs and dries, but overheats rapidly because it needs head gaskets. They did it before, and they don't feel like doing it again. So, hey, you got to think though, the turbos are hard on the head gaskets. Man, they
And I think about the cars I want, but every time I see them, they're the cars I want. The age has got them already. You know, they're like a Ford Maverick or something, 6 cylinder. That's a 50-year-old car again. You know, sad. The cars of the age that I can afford to buy for projects are not cars I'm really interested in. They're already into the electronic age, and they're not interesting cars. You know.
Yeah, I see that one. And by the time they get to the age where you can afford them, all those things are problems.
Oh yeah,
And they
like all
don't
this,
build them for the
all this
durability.
modules and stuff. Where are you gonna get that stuff?
They all won't hold head gaskets, and then they just man, the problems they have. I don't
Maybe
know.
get a newer Mustang and then like put a 351 Windsor or something in it. Just take all the wiring out, like what Tony did with that
Miata.
the Miata. Just make it a car. Just make it a car the way a car is supposed to be.
But we
I
don't
don't know. I've thought of that.
like.
Well, we don't, but you know, that's what we do. We work on cars.
Yeah,
Well, the next one there's the next one I want to do. There's like three next ones I want to do. I want to do the Studebaker. I want to do the little blue Spitfire. And what was the other one? There's another one I have sitting
in the queue.
in the queue. What is it? The Studebaker. Oh, the Valiant, of course. Get the front end rebuilt on the Valiant so we can finish that thing up. I could drive that to no name matches. Man, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
I think we should drive it to Power Tour.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I guess it's Power Tour's gonna go real close to your, like maybe twice.
I don't think we should do Power Tour, but I think we should drive.
Oh, and be
We should
near there.
go and
Yeah.
meet some people at Power. I think we should do Power Tour.
Tony
Not,
says he's gonna find a place where he can park, where a lot of people are gonna go by or stop and that.
did he? Did he say he was going to do that?
Yeah, he said he was gonna do that.
Oh, then definitely.
Yeah, we gotta find out
We'll
where that
ask
place
Tony
is.
if he wants us to meet with him.
Dusters are still cheap. Dusters are cheap. You know, I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't like Dusters a lot, but now I'd like it. Where is Curtis Randolph? Was he in here or is he just
I don't know what your idea of cheap is. I don't think Dusters are cheap.
Well, he says Dusters are cheap.
I mean, compared to some other muscle cars, I guess they're cheap, but they're not cheap.
Yeah, I think people like a lot of money for their Dusters, but I don't know.
You're $3,500 for anything that's worth even worth.
The one I wanted really excited about is
Did you see this?
Spitfire.
Did you see this chunk that it took out?
Oh, it took that out with the keyway.
Yeah, and then it rolled.
Holy shit!
It rolled because there's a round roll. Here you go. There's a round roll pin here. You see?
Yeah,
And it rolled that up until that's what split and shattered this.
think that's gonna be okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about welding it, but I think if you just put it on there and tighten it up.
Man, I'm surprised that when that galled, it broke that fully.
It
Didn't
was
just
stuck,
didn't
stuck,
just
stuck.
strip the notches off the belt. Ah, just can't believe it.
Crazy, isn't it?
Curtis, where are you? I want to go to this place where dusters are cheap.
Yeah, where are dusters cheap? Because
I don't like dusters that much, but I do like them because it's still Mopar stuff, you know. Yeah, I'm not that much of a Mopar person, but I do like them. I like the construction, and I just like the whole design. And I like the Fords, except the springs are on the top and those big inner spring bars. If you got a 6 cylinder, they're okay. You start putting a V8, you know, like Mike Cougar had that 327, the headers are custom made headers really tight. There's no room in there to do anything. You had to undo the engine mounts, jack the engine up, change the spark plugs, you know. Pain in the ass. But now, of course, people take those towers out and they put a Mustang 2 front end on it. But still, that's a bunch of work, you know. The And then, of course, the really good one is the Nova, but everybody wants a fortune for those things. Sad. Man, I had a '69 Nova that wasn't that expensive. It was a run car.
Yeah, people.
But I had in fact, I had a Duster for sale. But to me, I can't read that. I gotta get closer. Close up glasses. Right. I had a Duster, like a 75 or 6. It's one of the ones with the big bumpers on it. It had a 360 in it. Some kids that had it put cam and manifold on it, and they didn't have good match parts, and it really wasn't fast. And I had it for sale. And these guys are looking at it. One of the guys points over next to my building and goes, "What we're really looking for is a Nova like that." But never turned down money, I go, "Oh, it's for sale," which it wasn't. He goes, "How much?" I told him, and he's like, "With the $100 bills," and I was like, "Okay." I guess I sold my Nova. I just locked my gate. Done for the day. Your engine on the stand looks real good for my TV set. Don't wolf food down. Back again, Bub. Older than you. You're older than me. I'm 70. I'm 70. God, most of my friends are, oh, they're, yeah, my closest friend, 73 to 76 A bodies go for a couple of grand. Complete V cars a little more. Oh, I don't care what engine's in them. I don't care if there's an engine in them. We got our Valiant without an engine in it.
But it's a Ford one.
And it's a Ford. You can convert them. That's a Ford.
Yeah, but
And we got a hell of a deal on that because Uncle Tony, he was in it with another guy.
yeah.
And Uncle Tony gave it to us. And then the other guy had to pay a little to the other guy, but not much. So we got a hell of a deal on that. But then Uncle Tony wants some content out of it. So we're gonna drive down there and do the turtle with Uncle Tony. Uh, Yeah, I got my friends are like my age. I have one friend that's like 6 older than me, and another friend that's a year older than me. Trying to think who else is left from my high school days. Who else? Oh, Jack is 2 years younger than me. And then a friend of mine that I had, he was, I think, 2 years younger than me. He had a heart attack and died. He's 67 years old, had a heart attack and died. That's terrible. Didn't expect to hear that. Most of them are gone. My two closest friends from high school, they're still going. One of them's had open heart surgery twice. He's doing okay. And the other one, pretty healthy guy. He was the other guy, the one that's a year older than me, he was a Snap-on man for years.
Well, I need your help.
Oh, I trying to get out of your way.
I know.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to see if you can make this.
Oh, I'm the turner.
You're the turner.
I'm the turner.
But not yet. But
Which way are you going? The way you got it set up for?
yeah, but I gotta I gotta lock the.
I get lucky sometimes and get them for under $1,000. That's the kind of cars I like. When 1,000 or less, I buy complete or not. Yeah. Well, like that's Spitfire. Okay, what do you want me to do?
See if you can get that to break loose. If not, I'll get you a bigger bar.
Oh. Oh my God, I'm bending the bar.
Okay, let me get you a bigger bar.
Yeah, this is the wrong. What's the thing? Why is it stuck?
It's not stuck. It's just a big.
Well, here's the problem.
Here's your.
We have no cam belt on it. And that end, the valves could be hitting the pistons.
Well, that's why we're trying to take it apart to see.
Ooh. Ooh.
We're taking it apart to see. Trying to find out.
We're gonna see.
What do I do with this wretch?
Yeah, Bruce, I wanted to know where you are. Hunt to Maniac. Yeah, I've been watching you. You got that 59 car, the most gaudy cars that are kind of cool. Big fins on everything, and he's shortening it, and taking a section out of it and all that. I was amazed when I saw that project. I like projects like that. Anytime you can cut something apart.
Hold on. Okay.
Oh, I know. You have to push the button. Hold it. Hold it there. Yeah, had to push the button.
Okay.
Push the button.
Push. Back on. Okay, let me get a grip on this flywheel.
Get a grip.
Get a grip, because I don't want it to spin any more than it is. It's doing damage. We don't want to.
My friends are 12 years older and 12 years younger. Yeah, all my friends now are like all spread all over the place. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, it's turning the whole engine.
That's all right. It'll stop. There
You
it
said
goes.
turn it over. You
Stop.
didn't expect that. Okay, you ready?
Yeah. I'm holding it, so
It's turning. Oh no, the nut, the bolt's
that's
coming.
what I want.
Oh, you
I
want the
can
bolt
turn
out?
the engine. I want the
Oh,
bolt.
I didn't know which. I didn't know.
I didn't mean to confuse.
Misunderstood the whole goal. Okay, the bolt is
Out of there.
not quite, but yeah, it's nearly out. No, I that's why I'm worried about the pistons and the valves on that end, and all you want is the bolt out.
I just wanted a bolt. I was holding the flywheel.
Yeah.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah, now.
Okay, let's see. Come on.
So let's see here. Yeah, Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada. I don't know where that is. Oh, you were saying it was up north of somewhere up by Jasper. I've been to Jasper, but it's been a while. All right, I thought this was your new block, not the blown one. My 389 is all messed up too. I've been taking it apart. Yeah, Quantumaniac, was he in here earlier?
I think he stopped in earlier. But yeah,
Well,
we put this on.
she
It's spotted on the run.
she found the problem. There was one cam bearing that was kind of messed up. She cleaned it up. There was some aluminum stuck to the cam. She got all that loose and went over it with some 600 sandpaper. And now we've lubed it, and the cam turns perfectly. It just feels like it should.
Back together.
So we're going back together with it. So we know what happened. The lube got to all the bearings except the very end one, of course. So now
I didn't pre-lube properly.
now we've got some real good assembly lube on it, so it should be fine. Where am I? I'm talking at the screen instead of the camera. I'm supposed to look at the camera. Instead, I look at the screen. But that's okay. I figured that out.
It's impromptu.
So, Medicine Hat. I gotta look on a map sometimes, see where Medicine Hat is. Punk the Maniac. I think he watches. He's been in the Bucko Temple channel too. I'm sure he doesn't. Yeah. I said as soon as I watched like 1 minute of one of your videos, excuse me, I subbed right away because I like that project. I'm gonna do one here that's gonna be a big. Oh, I'm gonna do a couple big cut apart cars, but I'm not gonna talk about them until I get into it because like one of them I've changed my mind on it. It's gonna be a completely different cut about car. So, but it's gonna be there's at least two of them that are gonna be major surgery, probably three of them. Well, that Spitfire we have, that body is no good. So the body's coming off. So I got to make something. Got to make some kind of new body for it.
Okay. Take time to cover off. I'm just moving other things forward while this RTV is.
Oh, you put, I get it. RTV's got to settle in before you squeeze it on there. I'm going to squeeze it all out. It's still got to be really close because it's,
Those cams.
well, yeah, you don't want those cam bearings to be oval. You want them to be cam bearings.
It'll be alright.
I'm glad. I want success for you. My kid tries to work on my video editing. So I put, oh, that stupid heart's there. I can't see what he wrote. Oh, there it is. Put out a lot of screwy stuff. Man, my I do all my own editing, except Kim's done a couple for me, but
I
I
taught
don't.
him how to do. I taught him everything.
She got some software. Well, wait a minute. I did my own editing on my software before I started using yours, and yours is just much better.
Well, not really. Just it.
Well,
I know how to
so I did my own editing before you taught me how to use
We
yours.
worked together a lot, and you've improved a lot.
I've
And you've learned about how to record better by
well, and I'm
editing.
well, of course, done it more, and it'll get better. My and I'm kind of a computer nerd guy too, so when I get new software, I struggle with it a little bit. I pick it up pretty quickly because I just, I've had computers since 1979 or something, the little Radio Shacks. All that thing goes way back. But yeah, I did CAD, like 30 years of CAD work, so. And Kim did the same thing. She's a CAD operator for a long time.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that earlier on
Okay.
the stream. Not me. I don't know. I was talking about it with somebody who was also a cat operator.
See,
This
my
bounce
older
back.
friend has 80 acres with 1,400 plus cars and trucks. Oh man, I have 30 cars on his land. Oh man, I couldn't do that here because I'm sure somebody would complain. Although I get irritated because I like flat land so we can build stuff. So here it's all hilly and kind of annoying. But what's good about that is it goes downhill from the road. So when people drive by, if we've got stuff that like junk cars, nobody can see it because it's down the hill enough and kind of behind some trees and some other things. Oh, wow, you
I
do
think
good
that
editing.
I think that belt's really.
Oh, yeah,
I don't think.
the belt.
I don't think it's reusable.
Belt has been shaved a little.
It doubled over itself and chewed into itself. So
I'm surprised those nubs didn't shave off and it broke the pulley. I'm really impressed with how strong this belt is. Wow. I mean, it still damaged it, but it tore the pulley. It broke that pulley. I'm amazed. I do good editing. I don't know.
yeah, you do. You
I
really
struggle
got
with
good
it.
at it.
Here's the thing with editing. I'm still kind of new to it, so I really got to think. And I watch things over and over and over and do little bits and then over and over. It's really time consuming, and I'll spend like 8 hours video. But when I do CAD is like walking to me because I've done it so much
What'd you
that
do with that belt?
I don't have to think. And I only have to think about the project I'm working on, not about CAD. But with editing software, I'm not that good with it yet. So I still got to think. I got to think harder than working with CAD. Sometimes it amazes me. I did the CAD for so long, and then I got a job, like, I don't know, what, 2 years ago? It's just before I met you doing it was an airplane. What the heck was that airplane called? The Turbine Legend. The Turbine Legend. And I was um, just drawing all the parts for the guy so he could feed the just put the drawings in his mill or he had CNC mill and lathe and everything, but he wanted all the points so he could do that. So I was doing CAD drawings for him. And I hadn't done CAD in a couple of years, and I got in there within minutes, just rolling on it. It's pretty good. So it's like riding a bicycle, I guess. You don't forget. Let's see. It's still daylight out, and I'm drunk. Danny boy, Danny boy,
Man,
I'm drunk on green tea. Man, I can't drink anymore. I might have like my son.
whoa,
My son
excuse me.
likes. My son likes all kinds of beer, craft beers, and interesting beer. And if I'm over at his house, I'll take like a shot glass, a little It's just a taste of beer, but my diabetes is bad enough that I just can't do that. I'm still trying to get over the end of the dial phones. Ponomaniac. I got stuck in 2969. 2969. Never got much past it, or does that mean 1969? Turbojets are my favorite aero power plant. Yeah, that's what I thought. 1969. Oh man, what's bad is I remember 1969 as well as yesterday. Geez, Kim wasn't even born then. So, 1969. I was 15 years old. I had a paper out, and I worked in a bicycle shop. I worked in a Schwinn shop, and really, um, I was busy. Oh, and then I was painting kids' bicycles in my garage, in my dad's garage. That's another whole debacle. Don't paint in here. And then when you go in there, I paint. There'd be evidence, because paint stuck on shit. You get mad. I got two 24-ounce Modelo Oros. Oros. Oh, Modelo Gold. That's what Oros is. Light beer. Oh, God. Good Mexican beer. Turbojets. Why do you like turbojets? Turbojets, you don't like the fans. Convair 880. Oh, my God. How about the 990? My father one time, my grandfather got real sick. They thought he was going to die, but he didn't. And we lived in California, and my grandfather lived in Florida. And it was back in the 60s, and my father booked flights. It wasn't like it is now where you can book all the way through. So he had to get a travel agent, and he went from one airline to another airline to another airline. And I think it was an LA to Chicago flight, was on a Convair 990. Just, just, uh, just cool that he got to ride on one of those. And he told me how it was the fastest airline. Oh, the 990 was a turbofan. See, I don't know which engines they had. I just know the 990 was extremely fast from the airline. Uh, I wish you'd known you. I was stealing kids' bicycles. No, I was not stealing bicycles. You know what I was doing is that I had a Schwinn Stingray, tore it all the way down. And the chain looped around the frame. So I'd pull the master link off and then I'd clean the frame all up. And I painted that thing. I primed it. I painted it with it was a red and black fade job, and I think it was black around. I don't remember if it was black around the clusters or if it was red around the clusters. I don't know, but it was red and black fade job. And then I bought the Schwinn decals and put them on there, and then
You should be talking to the.
I know, but I'm reading. I'm sorry, you got the camera over here. I'm
I know. I
reading
got it.
over
Well, I
there.
got it set up for work and
They understand that.
not for BS and. Let's see. Oh,
You got me just looking at sheet metal.
there's. Well, give me a second. Give me a second. Remember where you're at in your swing story.
So then now we're going up. So then I clear coated. I clear coated over all the Schwinn decals, so it looked like a stock bike, except it had this red and black fade job. Well, then everybody, what are you doing?
Well,
Okay, so I can't possibly see.
there you go.
Okay, then other kids in the neighborhood wanted me to paint their bicycle, and I was doing, back then, candy apple red and candy apple blue, and working in the Schwinn shop. Well, I did a few bicycles. The guy in the Schwinn shop, I was buying a lot of stuff. And he says, I was 15. He goes, "You want a job?" I got a paper out. I go, "Yeah, sure." So after my paper out every day, I go to the Schwinn shop and put one bicycle together. And so I was doing that every day, going to Schwinn shop, putting a bicycle together. In the evening, working on other bicycles, or usually weekend because I had homework. Uh, I grew up with dial phones, but for push buttons. Yeah, my first business I got in 1975, and I got a push button phone. I remember my mother thought, well, if you think you're wealthy, you can do that. And I remember it was $1 more a month for the push button phone. I didn't care. I was making a lot of calls because I was running a business from a phone, not online like today. So yeah, push button phone was nice. Man, a 990. Why do you like? Why do you like turbo jets? Jets. I got my mechanical start on bicycles. Yeah, me too. Oh, I got my mechanical start on tricycles, and I about killed my brain. I was about.
Whoa.
This is not a good story.
I remember this story.
I was 6 years old, and I'd taken the front wheel off a tricycle. Why? I don't know. Just because I could, because I wanted to be a mechanic. And then my cousins were moving out. We were in California. My mother, my brother, I'll get it out. My cousins were moving out from somewhere, Pennsylvania. And this is the way it was then. They flew to Los Angeles, then they came to where we were on the Greyhound bus. We had to go pick them up. So then I just
Be
set,
back in a minute, guys.
I
Keep
just,
going. Yeah.
I
Good story.
just set the tricycle on the front wheel without putting any nuts or bolts or anything. Because we had to run down to the Greyhound to pick up my cousins. We came back, and now my cousins are there. And we're talking, having a great old time, and my mother's talking to my aunt, and everybody's all friendly, and my brother got on the tricycle that didn't have any nuts holding the wheel on it. And we lived on a pretty steep hill. He went up the top of the hill and came down the hill with his feet off the pedals, going like crazy, and the wheel came off the tricycle. Oops. The whole side of his face was just pavement. Like he sanded his face with #1 grit sandpaper. Oh man, did I get in trouble. I was not allowed to touch tools, not allowed to touch anything for years. And I felt really bad. Turbojet is more pure jet than turbofan, in my mind at least. Yeah, when I went to jet engine school, I learned on a J57. We had J79s there that had the variable vanes on the compressor and it was a pure jet to it was an F4 engine with an afterburner, and they were there, but we didn't work on them. We worked on the J57s, which is a Pratt Whitney, and it had to control the the surges, compressor stalls. They, they had bleed valves to bleed air off. And then we learned to remove and install engines from an F100, which seems ancient now, an F100. And we had a B52 pod hanging there on a big apparatus. And that B52 pod, I can't imagine we're still flying B52s. Oh man, I jumped on my buddy's Stingray, took it down a hill, and then my dumbass realized there were no brakes. I ended up hitting a tree. Oh God, that's terrible. That's the way to get killed. No brakes. Why were there no brakes? Those had well, I guess there were some that had hand brakes like calipers, but most of them had a coaster brake. And I used to tear down those coaster brakes.
Break those coaster brakes.
I'd take them apart and I figured out how to make them really work. I've only seen compressor stalls on YouTube. I get the hiccups. I've only seen compressor stalls on YouTube. Oh, I've seen them on an engine test stand right in front of me. Oh man, one time we had a test cell that was like a trailer. And we towed it outside, and this week I was working in a shop that had APUs, the smaller engines that you bleed air off of them, or they might have a generator or something on them. But they were, but in the APU shop, we'd get one in and have a write up on it. And usually we had to go, oh, it's 5-speed with caliper brakes, and the caliper brakes didn't work well. So we take them out on this test stand, test cell, and then run the engine outside. Man, I remember we ran one up and it came up on speed. You hear it starts winding up with electric starters, and you hear the ignition come on, tick 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 tick, and then boom, the fuel comes in, And then things slowly speeds up, and they don't pick up speed very quickly until they get up to 80%, and then they come up on speed really fast. So it came up on speed, and immediately up through the intake. Just I was standing 5 feet from it, just scared the crap out of me. I was 5 years old for my first flight with my dad. Did not like the noise. Both my parents. Pilot's license. Oh, I see. Yeah, my son grew up riding in airplanes because they riding around little single seat home builds that had a jump seat in the back. My old girlfriend was living out near Peebles, Ohio. I don't know where that is. And I lived in Ohio for 15 years. I hear them testing jets at the facility. I never worked test cell with big engines. I always wanted to, but the Air Force, you put in for jobs and then you might get them, you might not. Most of my time in the Air Force was working on the big engines, was working in a shop with the TF-30, TF-33, which is kind of like a J57, only it's got a turbofan, very similar engine, but with a fan. And then I worked in Alaska at Elmendorf, and I worked in Hawaii at, I can't think of the, what's the base in Hawaii? Um, I should know. Uh, Old man brain fart. So anyway, I worked in those two places. I worked out on the flight line. And in Hawaii, I worked on C5s out on the flight line and C-141s. And Alaska was mostly C-141s. East of Cincinnati. East of Cincinnati. Okay. Kind of, that's the opposite corner of the state from where I live, so I don't know that area real well. I used to go to a place down there called Cowan Lake, which is kind of northeast of Cincinnati, but spent a little time there. But most of my time in Ohio was up in the northeast corner. Geneva, Ashtabula County. And my first time in an airplane was with a neighbor in a Piper Tri-Pacer. I was either 14 or 15, and he let me fly the airplane. Man, that started it all. Changed my life. And then my first ride in an airliner was, geez, on my way to basic training. It was it's from Los Angeles to, yeah, we landed in El Paso, and then we flew to San Antonio, where basic training was, and it was American Airlines 707. It's the only ride on a 707, but I got to ride on one. Cowan Lake is near here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Cowan Lake. I kind of know that area a little bit because I spent some time at the lake. Oh man, that was the 70s. See, I went to Ohio when I was in the Air Force. I was at a base that's gone now, but it was at Rantoul, Illinois. And I had a friend that had, uh, actually the friend had relatives in Dayton, and he had a little bug-eyed Sprite, and I had a '62 Ford, and we had to get that bug-eyed Sprite to his relatives in Dayton. We rented a tow bar and hooked it to my '62 Ford and went to Dayton. A couple of crazy GIs riding in my car, and they had a big, like a pickle jar full of uh, some kind of hooch. We're drinking that stuff. They wanted me to drink it. I wouldn't drink it, and I was drunk in it. I was afraid to drink that stuff. I didn't know where it came from. So we got there and dropped the car off, and then I stayed there a couple of days. It was a long weekend, and we went to Cowan Lake around there, and I always liked that lake after that. So I went down there a couple times, and I lived in Ohio in the night. Yeah, it's close to Dayton, all right. What else? There's another city around there, though. Oh, I know, Xenia that got hit with the big uh, Xenia got hit with the tornado really badly after. Dayton is a cool town. I don't know Dayton that well. I always wanted to go to the Air Force Museum. It just, you know how things are. Even when you're close to something, you just think you can always go there and then move away. When I was 5 years old, I painted my dad's car with a brush and yellow paint. Thought I could be a taxi driver. Oh, what kind of car was that? Yeah, 74 tornado. See, I was there. I was in Xenia in 73. So then the tornado hit. I knew it was shortly after I was there. Tornado, tornado. Yeah, the airplane, one of the airplanes that I worked on a lot, did a lot of the design work on was the Titan Tornado. Same name, but not so destructive. Nice little aerobatic single seat plane. And then there are two seaters, and then everybody wants a bigger, more power, bigger, more power, and they got kind of big. The big ones don't fly as nice. They're still okay, but it's like every airplane. Everybody wants a bigger engine and then bigger inside, bigger seats, and more passengers, bigger engine, no end to it. And of course, the best handling one is always the single seater with the smaller engine. I don't know how many people are airplane people, but there's a home built series airplanes, the RV, Van Grumson's airplanes. There's a lot of them out there, RV3, RV4, RV6, RV7, RV8, all those airplanes. I built a couple RV8s for something. But I always wanted an RV3, which is the first one, single seater, because the single seater's a little fun. So what kind of paint did you paint your father's car with? How bright yellow? Oh, that must have been terrible. Can you imagine coming out and your kids painted your car yellow with a brush?
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you seen my video on the Buckton Camping channel. Painted the hood on the Valiant with cheap paint. I used you got to see the video. I used outdoor house paint, flat, got it matched to the car, took a little piece out of the inside of the trunk, went to Home Depot, had it matched so it's perfect. And then you have to use primer sealer because it's a water-based paint. You don't want the water to hit the metal. So it's water, the primer sealer is waterproof. And then we shot it, I thinned it with water, like 4 parts water, 1 part paint, and painted it with a paint gun. And it matches that car real well. It kind of looks like 50-year-old paint. And I like it a lot better than the patina look people like.
It looks good.
So
Here,
watch
check
that
this out.
video if you want. Watch that video because that cost that paint was $21. That's how much we have in that paint job, not $1,000 car paint. Okay, let me come around
Feel,
here.
no, here, from this side. This side.
This side.
Feel that can.
Feel the cam. Ooh, what was that? This is wiggly.
Yeah, that's because there's no bolt on it. It's just
Okay, well,
rest.
something touched. Something felt like it was
Well, if you had the cam wobbled so much.
a cam thing wobbled. I'm sorry.
But I'm
I
just
didn't
saying,
know that, so
it's the only thing that touched. You're good.
yeah, because I definitely felt something. It's great. Gee, the oil pressure, that should find out.
You're good.
Tim fixes things.
Sort of.
Tim fixes things. Man, you got dirt all. You look like a mechanic.
I wonder why. I play one on TV.
I play one on TV. Oh. Who was it? How many of you remember the old Highway Patrol TV show? And it was a mechanic on there that wore white clothes. And he didn't have one spot of grease or oil on him. And he was supposed to be their mechanic. Plastic cam gear. No, that is an aluminum cam gear.
This one.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's composite.
Oh, it is. That's why it broke.
It's got a metal core and it's some kind of composite.
That's why it broke. Okay, I thought it was aluminum. Okay. I said, "Yeah, see, you know more than I do, Dan. Um, March 16th, the Studebaker Club, Southeast Georgia, have a meeting outside Warner Robins Air Force Base. Oh man, I want to go. We can't go to that. I
Where
want
is
to
it
go
at?
in Georgia, Southeast Georgia,
What day?
March 16th.
What?
That's like right around the corner. Ah,
Well, how far is it to that part of Georgia?
I don't know. Southeast, that's the whole other end, as far as you can get from here.
Well, how? Well,
I
that's
don't
a
know.
10-hour drive.
I don't know. We can't afford anything right now.
We could afford it.
Okay, and then we wouldn't do anything else. Yeah, chips. That's what it was. Wasn't highway patrol. Highway patrol was like 30 years early. Yeah, it was chips. Harlan, was that his name? Harlan. Yeah, the guy with the white smock and not a spot of grease on him. Broderick Crawford, big drinker. Yeah, he was. I've read a lot about him. The highway patrol, the real highway patrol, really liked the guy because he was, making the highway patrol look good. But then they had a big problem with him because he drove around drunk all the time. Well, Buff Del Campo air races. I'm not an air race kind of guy. I flew at air shows a lot, but I was just demonstrating
Yeah,
an
that's
airplane.
what you got to do is fly us out there.
I'm back to that. Last flight in a manned airplane was I think 2010. I don't know. You get the point where you know you have some medical problems, and you just shouldn't be around. And you know, I might fly an airplane if it's dual controls, and and I had another pilot with me that was capable. Like Raymond. Raymond's a capable test pilot. I could get in any airplane with him, and I have no bad feelings. He could get any airplane that you put him in. He could get it on the ground in one piece without. And that's the kind of guy I'd fly. So if I built an airplane, yeah, I'd want to take it up and down the runway and go through the pattern once, like iron out a few of the little details, and then let somebody else have it from there. But I'm not going to do that. I'm done with that. Broderick Crawford was heavy fuel. Yeah, he was a drinker. Dean, you're back. Yeah, Harlan. Oh yeah, you're the one that's talking about Chips and Harlan and Grossman and all that stuff. Yeah, yeah, and it wasn't Highway Patrol. It was Chips. I remember back then. I really liked that show, but man, I see one now, like a little clip of it. It looks so silly. That's what's changed. Is we have YouTube now with real stuff. See, sometimes you gotta break a bit of eggnog, to make it nice. And you preload the oil pump before starting. Oh, it had
Oh,
oil.
yeah.
It had
Before
oil.
starts.
It had oil to 3 of the cam bearings.
No, it was.
It had oil, except all the way up front.
Didn't get there yet. There wasn't much oil.
You know what, Kim? I'm not going to be able to stand here much longer. I'm feeling lightheaded.
Well, let's speak up.
Why am I feeling lightheaded?
I think it's probably air. Let me get
Oh,
you
I
a
didn't
chair.
eat anything. Oh, I can sit on that bus. Oh, I can't sit on the bucket. You filled it with tools.
Bring it off. Don't go down.
No, I'm hanging onto this thing, but it's got wheels on it.
Yeah,
So
that's really
the
neat.
post I'm leaning on has wheels. It's not a good thing to have.
We gotta go. We gotta stop and.
What? Oh, well, we got 9 people in here now. We got people here.
Here you go. There's a seat for a second.
Dean, I got a question for you. See, here it's starting to warm up. It's a nice day today. We've had 2 really nice days. Is it starting to cool off there? I was on the floor loading big brown box goods. I have to sit down. Maybe you can see me. Maybe you can see me
I'll
after,
make sure they can see you.
after I'm on the bucket.
So you're trying to you can't see. Let's fix it.
Oh, I can still be seen, but I can't read so well. That's right by making Georgia warm wrongs. Yeah, I've never been to warm wrongs. It's weird when you're in the Air Force. You get to go to some Air Force bases, and then
Sorry.
some you never get to. Like the one in Hawaii I was thinking of, was Hickam Air Force Base. I worked on Hickam. It's always TDYs, but it was 3 I can see that. Oh, that's even better. Oh, that's even better.
You want me to make it bigger? I can
I
make it
was
bigger.
on Hickam Air Force Base and worked there 3 different times. Yeah,
Sorry, Arm.
really enjoyed it. Of course, I worked day shift. Always worked day shift there. So at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we'd be off work, and they have the bus, which is the local bus there. I used to get a bus pass, and then no chips, fries. Yeah, okay. The 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, oh, 9.5. Is that the temperature? No. So every day down at Waikiki Beach. Yeah, it's gonna be winter there soon. How cold does it get there in the winter? I don't. You know, I know about Australia a little bit because it can get really warm there. But New Zealand, man, I don't know. It looks further away from the equator, so I assume it gets colder there in the winter. And fire away, buff. I have only one brain cell. Man, he's down to one brain cell. I still have 3 or 4.
I got 2, and I only get a thought when it's smashed together.
Oh yeah, I think the brain cells. Something happens when you get older. They just like I couldn't. Ooh, I can't remember Hickam. Hickam was one of my favorite Air Force bases. Was Waikiki Beach was a bus ride away. Every day after work, go to Waikiki Beach and hang out there all evening, drink a little, and but not much. Come back to the Air Force Base, get a good night's sleep, walk to work the next day. Here the show would say, "Leave your blood at the blood bank, not on the highway." I'm harassing my brain cell with Modelo. What was my favorite Mexican beer? What was my favorite Mexican beer? I can't think of it. I can't think of it. I've had Modelo. Ah, I don't know. How to grow the old Buicks and Oldsmobiles. Yeah, and Mercury's. Remember having Mercury's and Oldsmobiles and Buicks? Oh man, can you imagine driving all those Buicks fast? You ever driven like a 56 Buick? It feels like they don't have shocks in them. When they did, they're just big, boaty, heavy cars. Oh my God. I remember driving those things. I never drove one of the old Oldsmobiles in the Mercuries. When I was a little kid, the police came to our house for something. I don't know, something like that, into the doctor or something. And it was a local police car. And I remember like a 57, it was a 1957 Mercury. I remember it so well. Black and white. What would you put on me?
No, that was the Western County cover.
A black and white 57 Mercury. And I was like 4 years old. Rafferty in South Island, New Zealand. 25.6, oh, minus 25.6 degrees Celsius, 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that's just about like here. That's a wintertime day here. It'll get down that cold. But usually it's, oh, I don't know, in the wintertime, our cold days are like around freezing, like 0 C. I don't recall ever seeing that show on TV. I've only seen Highway Patrol here on YouTube. See, when I was a teenager, uh, Highway Patrol, Broderick Crawford was on reruns in the afternoon, so I used to catch it sometimes then. But I was a pretty busy guy. I was paper out, working a bike shop, and I watched TV occasionally. Summer's warmest, 42 degrees Celsius. Oh, yeah, okay. That's like, see, when I was in Yuma, Arizona, yeah, it was like spring and fall was like that. Summertime, 115 daytime, and a lot of times, I remember at a test site, we'd be looking at 122, which is 50 C. And I remember one time we had an airplane sitting there, had a liquid cooling system, and the radiator was up on top, and we were going through the checklist. Checklist was taking too long because there were some snags. So I was out there with the airplane. We got headsets on, and they're in the it was in the ground station, and they're running this. They're running this thing, and it's getting hot. I keep saying, what's the coolant temperature? What's the coolant temperature? And it's getting hot. I'm thinking we got to get this thing moving. So then on the headset, I said, "What's the ambient air temperature?" And the mission commander in there goes, he says 124, which of course this is Fahrenheit, 124. So I walked over there and opened the door and looked in there. I said, "What did you say the ambient air temperature is?" He goes, 124. We got to get this thing moving. We got to get some air through that radiator. And they started taxing it. It started cooling off. Oh man. Let's see here. Oh wow, a Mercury. I've seen here in Ohio was Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Plymouth. Never saw old Pontiac, Mercury, police cruiser. Yeah, Ohio. Oh yeah, oh yeah, it says Pile. It's Pile. Yeah, yeah, Gomer Pyle, USMC. I like that show. Uh, I remember Gomer Pyle one time. Something happened to Sergeant Carter's car. The guy that played Sergeant Carter, he was from right here in Clarksville. Um, Something happened to his car, and I remember whatever happened to it. Whoever destroyed it bought Sergeant Carter a brand new 1966 Dodge Coronet. That was cool. Brand new 66 Coronet. 442 top engine 64 and 65. About that. 64 and 65 in California, they had Dodges. They had Dodge 880s in 64. 65, they had Dodge Polaris. Love them jelly donuts. I remember the police cars real well because I like cars, so I paid attention to everything. Yeah. I don't remember what engines they had in 64 and 5. 65? When did they come out with 440? 66. So they had 66 Polaris as well, and those had 440s. So I don't know what they had in 65 and 64. California Highway Patrol was black, and they had white tops and white doors, just like they do now. Although I don't know what cars they have now because I haven't been to California in a long time. California, yeah, they're just cops here are pretty decent people, kind of like the cops were when I was a kid in California. Now, California's like Gestapo, yeah, just be careful. Just try to fade into the crowd. I, I, I strongly dislike being in California. I just, when I'm going to Mexico, I've got to go into California about 3 or 4 miles and then head south into an Indian reservation and park on the border. And then I walk into a place called Algodones, which is right on the border. There isn't a good way to get to Mexico from Yuma, Arizona, even though it is on the border. You got to drive into California. It's on the border, but you just can't get in that way. We got to get you a passport. I was supposed to go to Yuma last month. Ended up not going. They did some flight testing down there. I thought I was going to be involved in it, but nope, I don't think they want me anymore. They don't want us old guys. So I was going to take Kim with me to Arizona, and then going to Mexico. She's got to get a passport. You can get into Mexico without a passport. Just can't get back into the U.S. Well, you probably can, but it'd be a big hassle. I was on the line. There was a line, pretty good line in the wintertime. It's nice down there in the winter, so they're busy. And so, like an hour-long line to get back into the U.S. And there was a guy in front of me with his wife, and he's like probably 30s. And he goes, "What happens if you don't have a passport?" I'm like, "You don't have a passport? You came into Mexico?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, I'm a police officer." You know, I don't think that's an excuse to break the law. He goes, "Oh, I can get. I don't think it's going to be a problem." So, I think you need a passport. I think you're supposed to have one. You can get a card too, a little card if it's Mexico or Canada or some of the Caribbean islands, so it's cheaper than a passport. But this guy didn't have anything. He goes, "Yeah, but I'm a police officer. But I'm a police officer." Then good luck, dude.
You would think they'd be more mad at him because
Oh, of
he
course.
knew better.
So he ended up in a different line. There's two lines, and you're in one line, and then it divides off. He went in the other line, and I went right through because I had my shit together, you know. And I always buy some medication while I'm there, and it's stuff that's not controlled substances. And I always declare it. I went in. What do you have in the bag? I told him it was medication for diabetes and high blood pressure. Hand me my passport back. I said, "Have a good day." And I walked through, and he was still standing there. So don't know what happened. I'm sure he got in, but couldn't have been fun. What an idiot! I'm a police officer. Huh? Oh, look at that.
That's water punch.
Yeah, now I see why the water pump. Now I see why you could screw up the cam timing with the water pump.
Yeah, that's a way to do it.
Dropping sockets, little what do you call them?
I think I'm getting tired.
Uh,
I feel like I'm tripping over things.
it's a Corks socket.
I think I'm getting tired.
How many do we have in here? Can't see. 8. Look at them jelly donuts.
We could maybe.
So
We could.
Dan, are you working on any of your cars? Well, if you're drinking, you probably shouldn't be. I learned that lesson the hard way. Ruined some shit. The biggest mess I went was on a '74 Matador that was almost new car, and I reversed polarity something. Yeah, yeah, I made a bigger mess than what I started with. And that was, you know what, Mickey's Big Mouth. I had, I was drinking one Mickey's Big Mouth. I was on the second one, and I reversed the polarity on something. And it's like, oh, you ever go to Griffith? No, I never did. I've never been in an observatory. That'd be fun. God, what did I lived close to LA. I lived 200 miles north of LA when I grew up. I didn't go to LA as much. I went there sometimes. Then south of LA, Disneyland when I was a kid several times. Knott's Berry Farm. When I got older, had a driver's license, so I used to have friends, and we didn't tell them parents we were going. We'd go down to LA and look for cars for sale because a lot more cars, better prices, and all that kind of stuff. I had friends, two of them that liked 55, 6, and 7 Thunderbirds. So we go down there looking for those things. And one of them bought one down there, bought a 57. And then one of the guys, while we were down there, we were looking for a 55, 6, or 7 Thunderbird, but he ended up getting a Continental Mark II, which is a big 2-seat Lincoln or Continental. That was like better than a Thunderbird. I drove my Mustang last night. I think been wrenching lately. I think I'm gonna try painting it panel by panel, trying using the custom spray bombs. from Auto Body Supply. You know what? You know what? I got a suggestion for you. Unless you want a particular stock color or something, get a cheap paint gun from Harbor Freight if you got a Harbor Freight nearby. And I they're cheap enough. I usually buy two, and I have primer in one, and then color in the other one. And then go to an auto parts store. What's the one right up here? You go up and you make a right. Very common auto parts store. Uh, it's not the one you like, but it's the one I go to sometimes.
Is it an AutoZone?
AutoZone. They have quart cans of duplicolor lacquer, and it's already mixed. So you don't have to pay attention to mix, and you put the lacquer in there. That's what I did my 87 Corvette with. I panel painted it, and the lacquer you can just leave it in the paint gun and hang it somewhere as long as it doesn't freeze. And it's not catalyzed paint, so it doesn't go off. It just stays there. And then the next day, go in there and start shooting again and add more. You probably take, and those quarts are like 40 bucks each. And you can do a paint job that comes up really well with a paint gun. Just go at it easy, and it's lacquer. So if you dust it on, I mean, you don't want to do it too heavy because it'll run, and you make work for yourself. But if you dust it on, even if it isn't real shiny, it's lacquer, you can rub it out. Or probably better than using spray guns, but you can do that too.
You've got a compressor.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then of course you need a compressor, of course. But if you're panel painting, you can get away with it. Like I had a 17-gallon, I still have it, 17-gallon compressor from Harbor Freight. I bought that in 2007, no, 2008 in Yuma, and I figured it'd be good for one paint job. I still have that compressor and it still works.
It's okay.
And it's okay.
It's
not
getting
the,
there.
it's getting there, but you know what?
It's a good use.
Good. So what did I pay? I got 150 bucks, it's still going. There was a customized 64 through 66 T-Bird in my hometown in the late 70s. And I remember those. I really liked 64 Thunderbirds when they came out. I think it was a Lando. It was black with a flame job. Mag wheels, slots, I think. And a pop-up van bench sunroof over each of the two front. Oh, I know what you mean. Okay, so they were like dual sunroof. What you doing? You're moving that one. Oh. Yeah, do you have a compressor? Yeah, do you have a compressor? I don't know why. I assume somebody that's working on an car has a compressor, but with all the electric tools now, yeah. How often do we stretch an air hose over with an air tool? Like almost never.
It's rarely as
Rare.
possible.
All the electric tools are so good,
There's so much less hassle, and you don't have to listen to it.
And the other thing was to go on the road. I grab that half-inch drive impact wrench, electric, and you can get zip lug nuts off of anything. It's got 300 foot-pounds of torque. It's better than my air-powered wrenches. It is amazing. Yeah, we go on a trip. I put my aluminum floor jack in the back of the car and a little piece of plywood so that if I have to be in the dirt, I can put the floor jack on the piece of plywood. And I use electric impact wrench. I changed tires like that. Man, one night I was coming back from Uncle Tony's, which is about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes south of here. And I just left his place, got on the freeway, and I feel the car like grrr, felt like the road had ripples in it. I'm thinking, I go over this road a lot. I don't remember any ripples. And then, bam, and it's left rear tire blew off the road. I go. I called Uncle Tony. He was out there in like 20 minutes. Helped me. We got that thing. Put one of those space saver tires on it. little tiny thing. Then he followed me at a gas station. It didn't have much air in it, and we put air in it. And Tony's a good guy. There's a troll out there thinks Tony's kind of a asshole, but he's not. Tony is a good guy. Just really is. Um,
If you're nice to Tony, Tony's nice.
no compressor here. Quarter power tools in the day. Wait a minute. Quarter power rules the day in my world. Yeah, my HF electric impact is supposed to lose pretty much. HF. Yeah,
Harbor Freight.
oh, Harbor Freight. Okay. I I bought a couple of Ryobi tools, the 18 volt Ryobi. So get out of the way of this. The 18 volt Ryobis. So then I just stuck with it. The batteries fit everything. We've got chainsaws that are 18 volt. We also have gas powered chainsaws, real kind. But call them mags, space savers. Oh, space savers. Space savers okay, except you never check the air on it. So when you need it, it's got like 5 pounds of pressure. It's no good. And then you got a bunch of stuff in the trunk. You got to unload it. Get the spare tire out. Now you put the stuff back in the trunk. What do you do with this big tire? It doesn't fit where the space saver goes. What do you do with this big tire? Put it in the back seat, filthy old tire. Put it on somebody's lap. Uh, Great for land speed record cars, space saver tires. You know what I want? You get like to build a trailer to tow around here in the yard. I figured we'd go to a junkyard and get a couple space saver spare tires. Be perfect for a little run around the property uh, trailer. I think Tony is like me, likes a little attention, but wants the whole damn room, bar, workplace. He's like, I don't know what's wrong. You know, I think you might be right. I remember going on lives with him for what, like a year and a half, and he'd be sitting there and he's going, "I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous." Well, I'm not. Of course, it was his channel. Of course, he's nervous. But I was more relaxed. But once he was going, he was fine. He was relaxed. But in person, I don't know. I don't know if he likes the crowd. Uh, Frost rock is a rapid hardening cement grout. Put it inside the tire. Oh man. What was I wanting to put in the tire? Oh, that two-part foam. What are we doing here, Kim? I'm not paying attention. I'm just yammering away on the live, and you're busy. What you do? What are we doing? You taking it off the stand?
Um, I'm gonna spin it until we get oil out this hole right there.
So why are you crying there? I don't know what you're doing.
Because it's rubbing against the stand.
Oh, it'll never turn like that. Oh wait, it'll turn. But Kim, oh, you're trying to turn the crank over.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it's the
Now,
fly
I got
that's
you.
rubbing against the
Again, I thought you were turning the whole engine over. No, you're turning the crank. Yeah, it'll never seem like that. I like you because he puts up with me. Yeah, Dean, you definitely have a personality. But I figured out, you're like real mechanical kind of guy, but you're also a musician. I think you're a musician. And I'm not a musician, so some of that stuff I don't get. But that's okay. My son and my grandson are both. That's what they do. They're musicians. Well, my son is in the army. He's a special forces, Green Beret kind of guy, but he's also a musician. Rick Shea! Rick Shea! Hey, Rick, good to see you. GT, hope all is well. All the best from Henderson, Nevada. Man, Rick Shea is a friend of mine. I met him in 7th grade, and we've been friends since then. And he's in Henderson, Nevada. They were California people, but when they retired, they moved over to Henderson. And he's just a good old friend.
Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, Kim's mostly working. I'm supposed to be helping, but mostly I'm talking.
You're helping.
So I'm helping with the live, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm a sessional musician. Give me a session, and I'll try to be musical. Well, just you know, Dean. So many of the things you say are musical kind of things, and they kind of go over my head, but I kind of figured it out. And some of it I know like when oh, what smells, Kim? I smell something.
Compression.
It smells like strong gasoline smell. I notice things like that.
Good.
Nevada. It's one of them new states like Nebraska. And there's New Jersey and there's a lot of New, New Brunswick, which that's not New Mexico. Yeah, New Mexico. New Brunswick's in Canadistan. Canada, you know, that's what Uncle Tony calls Canada's Canadistan.
Watching oh God, zip ties and vice always last night.
Uh,
And I watched
he's an interesting guy.
we met him.
Peg. Yeah, we met Peg. We're not supposed to say anything.
We're not allowed to say what his name.
It's all we're allowed to say. We met. We shook his hand.
I don't remember his name anyway.
He was there,
And
he was he's a funny guy. He is.
it was just as fun in person as he is in.
We were at Uncle Tony's, and there he was.
Yep, and the whole time Tony was scheming to get his leg.
I gotta stand up because now I was getting woozy standing up, but now my legs are asleep. Oh, legs. New England. Wait a minute, you got an injector O-ring. Afterwards, you figure it out, and then it's worse. Yep, I think Peg is the originator of. Oh, that may be why he called it Kinetistan. Could be. Oh, Tim, I'm gonna have to eat something soon. Ooh, wow. I should have eaten before I came here.
We'll wrap up this live.
But I don't want to wrap up the live. I like the live.
Well,
How many people in here? 9. Let's see. What? It's Monday. There's no other lives on. No other lives on tonight. We could come back up here.
We could come back. How about we come back on your channel?
Oh, do a Buff Del Campo live in a while. Oh, it's so good to see Rick Shea here. I haven't talked to Rick in a while. Here. Oh, now it turns. It's close, but it turns. Oh, now I really smell gas. Ooh.
Oh, I should probably open the throttle. Huh?
You know where it's coming out? It's coming out the smoke holes. The smell.
I know.
Okay, so that
You
makes
know why?
sense. That makes sense. I know why. Because
Because
fuel goes in there. It's got to come
that's
out.
how it works.
So it was in there. The valves are closed, but it was in there when it was running. It's a finite amount of fuel. She's spinning it. I'm gonna make it on the granola bar and these beers today. I'm a granola bar and beer diet. Oh man, I used to laugh. I'd say, "Yeah, I'm on a diet. I'm on a pizza and beer diet." And after that, at some point in my life, I had to lose 100 pounds. Was no more beer and pizza diet. It was like cucumbers and green beans diet. And I took 100 pounds off in what was that? No 07. Felt a lot better since then. Oh man. You know what happens when you take 100 pounds off? You have a ton of energy.
And your
And you can
clothes don't fit anymore.
walk and run and you gotta go buy new clothes and you feel new again. Man,
Here. All right, I gotta go get the big machine that will spin this puppy up.
the big machine.
Spin this.
What's the
All
big
right.
machine?
So say goodbye, real nice.
Oh,
When do you want to come back? Hour and a half?
I don't know what time is it? Oh, our clock is still on daylight time. Quarter after 7, which means it's quarter after 6. You want to come back here at 7:15? That gives us an hour to eat and walk to the house, walk back, all that kind of stuff. Maybe people will come back. I don't know.
We're gonna come back, but we're gonna be on the Buckdale Campa channel.
Oh, that's right. We'll be on Buffdale Campo. Can you do that from here?
From here, I can do that.
Okay.
Give us a little more than an hour. I need more time than that.
Not a crash diet, but a near miss diet. Try to keep it under 1,000 calories. Yeah, you know what I did? I lost 100 pounds in 4 months, and I mostly kept it off. I've been like 20 up, 20 down for years. Right now, I'm on the downside again. Oh, yep. Good. Drink water. Yeah, I drink water, and sadly, I drink diet drinks. I drink a diet green tea. Uh, I take a 50. I take 50 off in my late 20s, so I went from 220 to 170. By something, a stupid heart's in the way. By something dieting, I was up to 190, but now I'm 180. I was up to 260. I got down to 160. Keeping off is a real challenge. Yeah, I like to hover around like 180, 190. I feel really good at 180. And I'm short. I'm 5'7", so that's even probably a little heavy, but I feel good there. If I get under that, my face gets really skinny looking. Look like a 90-year-old man. I'd rather not look like a 90-year-old man until I'm 90. See, there's a prediction. I'm going to live to be 90. So what, Kim? Quarter after 7?
7:30.
7:30. I don't know how to turn this off.
Okay, I can do that.
I need your
All right.
smart.
Thanks for everyone who stopped by, commented, watched,
And
whatever you did.
And Rick, if you're still there, good to see you. Hope to see you on the Buckdale Campo channel later.
This is moving. Yep. We'll be back, and yeah. Thank you very much, and we will be back before long. This live stuff's been fun, so really appreciate it, and we'll see you in an hour and a half.
Take care, everybody.
I got to feed the old man before he gets sick.
Oh, I'm getting wobbly.